Okay, time to get this working. Thanks for anyone joining and watching. I thought tonight would be a good night to play for a bit and then draw. So let's get, oops. I think that might be a thing I try to do regularly, is these kind of chat and draw. Just need to test something real quick. That ought to be good. Okay. Testing the audio to make sure it's not too quiet for everyone else. Okay. Ah, there's a balloon right there. I've been having a lot of fun with this game ever since it came out. Where'd that balloon go? Was it further down? Was it further up? I did not see. Okay, so I was all the way over there when I jumped.
Oh, I'm gonna enjoy this.
Oh, they want to fight. Okay.
It isn't Dora Treadwell's precious little car. I will not real quick, don't go down easy.
Die. Oops. I sure love that lightning. Get up there. I'm a bit of a dodgeaholic. Except when I forget to. Okay, so that guy is resistant to being lifted in the air. Okay, that works. Die. Ooh, I'll use that. Man, this guy's stubborn. There we go. Okay, that one's down.
Levioso!
I need to find some more Wiggenweld potion.
Levioso!
There's more than one way to not use Wiggenweld potion. Let's see.
Revelio.
That ought to speed things along a little bit. Gloves. Come on, someone have some Wiggenweld. Alright, there's one. Perfect.
Confringo.
Dinner. And I still need to do some more work on unlocking Alohomora. I saw some more balloons, so we're gonna do that. I like to burst down by the ground because it doesn't use the energy. Speed burst. Right, so I see 2 balloons.
Incendio.
There's another balloon over there. Oops. Accidentally brought up my steam overlay. Don't want to do that. I have a thing for jumping off and then getting on my broom. It has gotten me killed a couple times. Welcome to Chansey Chio. Glad you could hop on. I'm trying to see what trouble I can get myself into tonight with this game. All right, what do we got going on here? That sounds an awful lot like Devil's Snare. Because it is.
Confringo. Depulso.
Oops, wrong one.
Accio. Lumos.
Move it, Devil Snare. Out of the way. Okay, this is for... I suppose it's not for climbing on.
Reparo.
Yeah, who needs to climb when you can hop on a broom inside of a building? Right, is there anything else to do here? Move it, Mr. Jane. Let's see. Whatever that thing's for down there, I'm gonna double check and make sure I didn't miss something.
Accio.
No, I mean, it's out. I think I should be hopefully okay. Another chicken. You can't enter while mounted. Oh wow, they've actually got this place sealed off. Like barriers.
Confringo.
I hear a troll. Nearly got killed by my last troll that I fought.
Accio.
Okay. Let's see, is there anything else here to be concerned about? Wonder if we can cheat the troll, like shooting it from high up. Oh, didn't mean to pet the cat. So what's not in the dungeon? Yep, there's the troll. Oh, the troll's not in the dungeon. Yeah. Can't tell if it's actually hitting or not. Well, oh, there's a flue powder thing here.
I've always said that travel broadens
Nothing like a
the
drink
mind.
before combat. Let's, oh. I knew there was more to this place. Awesome. Little bursts of power. Okay. I don't know if they intended for people to fly around inside of things like this, but I find it works well for getting to things. Until you can't get in. Okay. Back through the devil's snare. Yeah, that troll and I are gonna go talk here in a bit.
Lumos. If only Professor Fig could have seen that.
Trolls and I don't have the best relationship. Okay, Mr. Troll. Just in case. Save the game. I am a double saver. on, troll, die. And there's getting it. It's not so bad when it's the attacks you can actually block, but I hate it when he uses the ones where you can't.
One less foul hulking.
Okay, that one wasn't too bad. It only cost one Wiggenweld potion. Now I'm out of them. Might have to return to the castle in a bit and make some more.
Revelio.
Most of the time when I play a game like this, I usually try to come up with some clever name. But this time I was like, you know, if I was attending Hogwarts, I'd just want to attend Hogwarts and be me. So this character just has my name. Is that a capturable beast? No, it's not. Okay.
Incendio.
Stop right there. I'll check your pockets after you're dead.
Is he talking to me?
Someone's going to regret.
I tried playing this with whoops, a controller, and because I've done everything with mouse and keyboard, it was so difficult to play with the controller. I should get that off a second before he hit me. Nope. I didn't get it off that time. You don't need a wand. I didn't push him off. Okay, so apparently you're probably just gonna go, that's not a bad idea.
Revelio.
Most of the time I use a handle, but this time I just wanted to not. And it also kind of made more sense for when I do stream on this channel, since I just use my normal name.
You can't imagine how inconvenient travel was before I invented blue powder.
Revelio.
Okay, why won't it? There we go. I hate fighting these guys, but you know, they're here, I am here. And get hit. It's like slamming it with a baseball bat. Did he actually die? He did. Okay, I think it's time to save the game. Yeah, I had like 20 Wiggenweld potions, and then I was playing earlier today downstairs for my kids. I have a Steam Deck which I had plugged into the TV and was playing with an Xbox controller, and it was so hard to control my character, and I had 0
This could prove
healing
dangerous
potions
for
by
me,
the
Dad.
time I was done. I see balloons off in the distance. I don't feel like getting those at the moment. Can't do this because I'm out of the appropriate kinds of leaves.
I know a Merlin trial when I see one.
I like that I can do that with my broom. Just feels kind of cool. Oh, is this actually a peaceful village?
Off on another adventure, are we?
Marinweem.
That's what the authority.
Alright, what kind of enemies do we have over this way? Yeah, I don't want to fight any more of those at the moment. Actually, how close am I to leveling? I just leveled. Okay. Is this your first look at the game? Chansey Chio? So it's a fairly open world game, and I've got a bit of a tendency to not do the main quest line because I'm too busy exploring everything else. It's a bit of a problem. Maybe it's not a problem, but I can't help myself. I like to explore. No trolls. Okay, I'm safe. Every time I see like these shelves and things on them in a game, I'm always like, I wish I could use that to make some stuff right here. Don't need to capture any of those. Hopefully, you're enjoying what you're seeing of the game. There was some fall damage I took early on, and I've been paranoid ever since. Ah, not another one. I know there's autosave, but when I'm going into combat with trolls, I'm a little paranoid. Another one that's not in the castle or not in the dungeon.
Defender. Curse it.
For you. Also for you. Nope. Gosh. These get like 3 hits and... Come on. Dodge properly. Did not mean to get back in range. wrong button. It's the second time I've been knocked underneath one of those, like, crawl spaces in a battle with a troll, and neither time has ended up well. Okay.
Should think we
Managed to
felt
make it through again with one Wigan World potion. Someone needs to tell these trolls to stay in the dungeons.
Revelio.
Well, at least I got a potion back. I'll take it. What do we got going on over here? Let's see. Okay, can't shoot him down. Looks like they're a little busy for talking.
This looks intriguing.
Hello, Homora.
Definitely not the most legal Hogwarts student. Ah, cursed food. Didn't know that was a thing in the game. Let's
Like a place right
need
under
to
the
find out.
Stormbug.
Oh, that naughty boy runs after anything shiny and new, he does.
Priorities.
What are you up to now?
The same thing I was up to the last time you asked that question. Exploring.
Hello, madam. Is everything all right?
I'm simply beside myself since Rococo ran away. He's my pet niffler.
I'm sorry to hear that your pet is missing.
Thank you.
Sometimes I want to choose the
Appreciate your
smart
words.
aleck
I haven't had him for
responses, but
years. He's lovely company.
trying to play the
Whilst
character
on
as
our
if I was really
constitutional the other day, south of
the
here,
character.
He and I stumbled upon Henrietta's hideaway. They say that Henrietta was a paranoid recluse, filled her castle with all manner of traps to keep thieves from pinching her valuables. As we drew near, the morning sun reflected off something in a window, and before I knew it, Rococo was off. I've been worried sick, but I'm not about to meddle with Merlin knows what's inside that house, or the Ashwinders that are lurking about.
Did you say Ashwinders?
Why did Henrietta feel the need to protect her house like she did?
Henrietta was a baroness.
It's one of
who
my
married
favorite
well,
words.
More than a few times. Her immense wealth drove her to a life of suspicion and isolation. The more wealth she amassed, the more paranoid she became of losing it. Hence the terrifying traps throughout the hideaway. Not even her family has been willing to deal with them to get to her fortune.
Why don't you just get Rococo back yourself?
Henrietta's hideaway is treacherous enough, but add Ashwinders into the picture and, well, I love Rococo, but I love staying alive more.
Not unreasonable.
I'll keep an eye out for Rococo.
But
Oh, that's terribly kind. But stay away from the hideaway. Far too dangerous. If someone does find him in the hideaway, they shall be well rewarded. Henrietta's treasures are theirs for the taking. She certainly won't mind now.
How about we just mark the hideaway on my map?
What do you have for sale?
What's brought you here today?
Can never.
That hideaway does sound intriguing. Perhaps I should investigate, for Rococo's sake.
Close one.
Thank you for stopping by.
I wish they'd lock the styles in instead of
What did you need me to help you with, Miss Coffee?
My Niffler, Rococo, ran
making
off
you
to
log
Henrietta's
out
hideaway.
every time.
I'm hoping you'll keep an eye out for him.
Fingers over the camera for a second to
What
see
do you
if
have
it'll
for sale?
reset the zoom.
What's brought you here today?
Actually, you know what? Disable autofocus.
Thank you for stopping by.
My computer likes to reset autofocus. "900 steps away, huh? Yeah. Yes, I tend to do that even low to the ground. I don't know if it makes much difference to do this flying high or flying low. If anyone knows, feel free to say something. Does it actually take longer to get there flying low doing this? Does it simply not use the bar because it's not engaging it?
This must be the castle where Miss Coffee's Niffler ran away. Now to find a way inside.
Well, let's start low. Did that just say... It did say troll. Let's save the troll for last.
These rocks have seen better days. Crucial.
Everyone gets lucky.
Someday I will have that thunder spell, and you will all be very disappointed
Through them.
that I do. Ouch.
You're the one who stole our goblin helm. Expelliarmus. There. But then it was ours. I've seen your hand, and I'm not afraid of
My point blank shot is stronger than your point blank shot.
What are you for, Sean? Electricity.
Can't petrify yourself.
Because I can't petrify us all, and I can count the amount of people I petrified in this game on 0 fingers. I love how they're always like so shocked that I'm using dark magic.
You'll feel that tomorrow.
Yeah, I probably will. But you won't feel anything tomorrow. Personal opinion, I'd rather feel something tomorrow than nothing because I'm dead. Ah yes, the old astronomy table.
Knowing the meat, he's likely.
It is like the Wild West of wizardry. Playing this game honestly feels somewhere between Breath of the Wild, Harry Potter, and Skyrim. This might be the most complex one of these I've done yet. Something's not adding up. Maybe like... It's kind of tricky. This must not be rotated the correct way. I feel like I'm close. An Old West gunslinger with 2 wands in his holsters. I would not be surprised if ancient magic was like that in the Americas. There's a lot of unexplored material there. There's 3 right there. But they don't quite line up. I'm not sure which one is what. Maybe I'm thinking too close together. There we go. Alright, autosave just kicked in.
Confringo.
A little bit of a drink.
Wingardium Leviosa.
Enter the hideout, huh?
This place has seen better days.
Okay, so... explosive entry.
Places. Incendio. Defender. Confringo. Protego. Expelliarmus.
I'm very old school. Oops. I also am really good at hitting the wrong button.
Confringo. Expelliarmus. Protego. Stupefy. Places. Crucible. Incendio. Defender. Confringo.
Die.
Protego.
Death by a boulder. Just another troll. The cotton grass. More bothered by those things than I am the trolls. And for that reason, we must fight it. It said the spell right. Which one?
Defender. Confringo. Leviosa. Protego. Confringo. Defender. Leviosa. Confringo.
And down. So far, it said pretty much all the spells right that I've come across.
Revelio.
I was a little confused with Levioso at first because I was expecting Wingardium Leviosa, but 'cause I haven't read the books, and so I don't know if Levioso's in the books or not.
Let's see what's up your sleeve this time, Merlin.
Cannot see what's up Merlin's sleeve this time. Do not have the leaves to activate that. Right, where's the entrance? It's probably back in the building, down some steps or something I haven't uncovered. Well, Levioso and Wingardium Leviosa are in the books. Have you read the books?
Here's one of those tables Professor
Revelio. Confringo.
I feel like those are for the Merlin trial. Okay. Where are we trying to go?
An astronomy table. Should prove useful once the sun's down.
We've already done that one. Keep track. Okay, so how do we get down there? Oh, I didn't realize you'd read the first 5.
Revelio.
This castle's hiding all sorts of secrets.
There we go.
I hope the Ashwinders haven't done anything with Rococo.
Can we say I have the broom coated in magic? Because I have the broom coated in magic.
Incendio. Confringo. Wingardium Leviosa.
I saw some people playing and they were like using Wingardium Leviosa to move things around and hit other people. And I was like, I hadn't even considered fighting that way. It's fun to see how different people
Ashwinders.
play the same game.
Miss a payment with me, and I'll make you pay through the nose.
I should follow the treasure to find that
Let's
Niffler.
see.
Leviosa.
I'll kill you for this when I get down.
I am very straightforward.
We had plans for that immigrant that you stole. Right? Explode. You shouldn't know about stealing goblins and having them stolen by you.
A very straightforward play style.
You may be more skilled than
And you're down.
Made a great mistake.
I know he was pretty close to death, but I like to bring those executioners down as fast as I can. Sounds like someone wants to play.
Expelliarmus. Leviosa.
Hi. Oh, you're almost dead.
To regret that.
Next. Pew. Bunny Wizard.
Knew you were still hanging about.
Confringo.
I didn't mean to pull that out. Tried to throw animal food at him unintentionally. A puny wizard. Whoa. Interesting.
Revelio. Confringo.
Is with a shot. Okay. Okay, so how do I get past that? Not that way.
Wingardium Leviosa.
Maybe if I occupied it with something else, I'd be able to get through. Thankfully that worked. No. If you see the mini-map in the bottom corner, there's a picture of a small hippogriff with a no symbol over it. That means you can't fly in this area.
Confringo.
Okay, gonna need that.
Revelio.
That answers the question of where to use it.
Rependo. Accio.
I know I can use Wingardium Leviosa on it, but I like to use Accio sometimes.
Wingardium Leviosa.
And it does that half the time anyways.
Confringo. Confringo.
Well, maybe there'd be something back there. Okay, did that do anything? If it did, I don't know at the moment, but there's stairs here, and I like stairs.
Wingardium Leviosa.
I really like all the puzzles in this game. I'm a puzzles person.
Accio. Wingardium Leviosa.
they get to me through that? Nope.
Confringo. Incendio.
The other one was on cooldown, so I might as well use that one.
Confringo. Confringo.
Almost always keep 2 fire spells equipped.
Confringo. Defendo. Revelio.
I don't think there's anything else down here. Let's see. This way. A single gold coin. Forget what they're called. And a mysterious... I thought it was going to be the cup. I'll take the coin. Never can tell when they're just going to let you have a drink. Hey, I'll take everything on that table. Yes, thank you. Nothing like a few health potions that you'll end up needing later. Sometimes I feel like they give health potions specifically because they're about to make you find a giant.
There's treasure here, then there's treasure here. Keep looking.
Confringo. Defendo. Confringo. What a dreadful lot.
Not again.
Wingardium Leviosa.
Forget it. There's a button to move it forward and back, but I can never remember what it is. Let's see. Well, what's behind door number 1?
Revelio.
Treasure chest. Money. Honestly, sometimes I'm happier to find the money than I am to find the coins. Let's hit this one. Just, I'm assuming they're both turned on. I just, on the off chance, yeah, they're both on. Okay. Usually you have to turn the fire on those to make them go, but just in case there wasn't one on one side, I thought it'd be nice
More
to check.
Rushwinders.
I don't know why the character sounds so disappointed. This is exactly what we want.
Accio. Confringo.
Let's try that again.
You're the one who stole Confringo.
I am the one who stole the crown. I'm glad you remember me.
Leviosa.
I've seen your magic, and I'm not invading. You're
Yep. Well, that works. Oh, I thought he might come back out. Now what? The thing's already inside the wall, so I don't know what to do.
Confringo. Revelio. Wingardium Leviosa.
Can I have my thing back, please? Oh, that's obnoxious. What am I supposed to do now? If I take you, will the door stay
Wingardium
open?
Leviosa.
Good enough for me. Except not good enough for... Okay. Hopefully I'm not soft locked.
Revelio.
I've not had to do this the whole time I've been playing. Small soft lock discovered. Ah, bummer.
Come to think of it, Mum's
Wicked Velcro. I was surprised how much jewelry he had.
Let's see, that's an Ashmore.
More Rushwinders.
Duelist.
Someone over there.
Reductor.
Did not mean to grab that person. That's what I wanted.
Certainly leaving quite a trail.
Real quick, don't go down easy. Expulso!
There's proper people there.
I'll fight down here, I guess.
Reductor.
I'd be impressed by you if I saw I've seen you duel. I'll distract you.
Expulso. Oh, it didn't work. They sure like to walk in front of them. Ow. I never get tired of that one.
You're only delaying the inevitable. Don't do that.
Gotta be one of those rangers up on the.
It'll take more than that.
Dead. Okay.
Keep coming.
Make it stop. Okay. Let's see. That's what you get for being trouble. What are you doing back up there?
That's the end of them. Now I can focus on finding Rococo.
How am I supposed to get up there to get my loot?
Revelio. Wingardium Leviosa. Accio.
More treasure. Rococo must have been through here.
Okay. There's gotta be a way to get that stuff. Almost time for drawing.
Accio. Wingardium Leviosa.
Let's see, this is... Doesn't matter. Map.
What's this? Some sort of treasure map.
Musical map. To be honest, music is not my strong suit. You know, I'm happy I got through that without needing to, if I can self-levitate, I haven't found a way to do it yet. Pretty sure I can't.
Wingardium Leviosa.
I was entirely wrong about that wall in the corner. Let's see.
Leviosa.
Ah. There's been some boxes where I can climb on them like that,
Wingardium
but
Leviosa.
apparently I can't do that to this thing.
Incendio. Glacier.
Okay, now what?
I should follow the treasure to find that Niffler.
Revelio.
Looks like I can go through there.
Glacier. Confringo.
Okay, so how do we open that? It's about time to switch to drawing, but I wanted to see if I could wrap this dungeon up first.
Rebellion.
Alright, what am I missing? If there's timing with those as well, that's going to make for a challenge.
Rebellion.
I don't see anything.
Incendio.
Did we miss anything in here?
Confringo.
I was hoping it'd knock my treasures off, but oh well. So that one is on. This one's on too. It's just a lot harder to tell. Where is it?
Accio. Wingardium Leviosa. Protego.
Stop that.
Accio. Wingardium Leviosa.
I was curious to see what
Wingardium
happened.
Leviosa. Glacius.
Okay, so if it's not
Confringo.
Glacius, what is it?
Lumos.
I'm clearly using the wrong spell on it, I think. What might it be?
Flipendo. Glacius.
Now that thing respawns. I don't see anything that looks like the musical stuff. Come on, you. Rest on momentum on some of the walls. The ones that I was finding other alternative ways around. Just not sure how to get to the end. Being stuck. Oh, I know what the leaf probably is. Now I feel silly.
When I get my hands on that niffler.
Alright, Niffler, in a moment you and me are going to talk.
Revelio.
So if I just keep chasing you around, are you just going to keep dropping stuff? In you go. It's like a backwards Pokeball. Instead of throwing the ball at the instead of throwing the ball at the Pokemon, you make the Mon throw backwards at the Pokeball. And gone. We'll turn this in and call it good. And then it's time for drawing.
Who lives here?
Hasn't been anyone as bad as Barney.
My poor Rococo.
Yeah, quit whining. Here.
Miss Coffee, I found your niffler.
Oh goodness, really? Oh, thank you. You're very brave. I was at my wit's end. How's my sweet Rococo? May I have him back?
I'm sure he'll be happy to go home.
Yes, please,
Will.
take him.
Oh, my brave little explorer. My greedy, greedy boy. Oh, I can't wait to get him home. Thank you again for what you did. From now on, I'll keep Rococo on a lead whenever we go out.
That sounds like a good idea. A Niffler fur-lined hat. I have more questions about what happened to the Niffler than I did before. Alright, let's sell the excess equipment
What's
real
brought
quick.
you here today?
And sell. Ha! 20,000. Took a while, but finally broke. Personally, I'm happy to find
Thank
some
you
of the
for
green
stopping by.
equipment if I'm not dealing with upgrades at the moment, because then I can sell the more expensive equipment for stuff I might want later. It appears like she might be the only shop in town. Okay. I hate how that bar blocks from exiting the game. Okay. Let's use Psy today. That'll work. Okay, I will be right back. I'm going to take a short break. Okay, I am back. Let's see. Turn that off. Okay. What happened here? Let go, thank you. And I'm on top of my headphone cable. There we go. Okay, sorry. Small moment where I was rolling over the cable for my tablet and my headphones, apparently. I'm just going to start zoomed all the way out. I've never drawn like a wizard from Harry Potter before, so this should be interesting. Never tried to make a wand look so intense before. Kill what? That's not working. I know what I'm trying to do, but... Little Kirby? What little Kirby? Let's just rough this in and then I'll worry about fixing the perspective and everything. I should have taken a screenshot of my character. Oh well. I wonder... Okay. Yeah, the drawing is my favorite part. I mean, I do really like to play the game, but it, how do I say this? When you're playing the game, you're playing in someone else's world. When I start drawing, it's me crafting my own interpretation of that world, and I feel like that's when I start making it my own. What I didn't do is I should have started this using my human positioning system that I've been teaching myself for quite some time. The reason I didn't though is because I can do it in my head now, but I want to get better at showing people how I use it so when they go to draw, they can do it as well. Where do I want that knee? Don't like that leg. Okay. What do I want to do with this leg? I'll leave it there for now. I might decide I want to move it later. Okay. Kind of like that dash. Kind of wanting to do it like the character who's he's doing that dash, but maybe he's mid dash. Position about right there. Okay. Time to zoom in. Which button was that? Okay. I'm gonna start with the face. I like to start with the face. Okay. This is my eraser. Pencil. Okay, that feels good. It's also nice to have another left-handed practice session. For anyone who hasn't been here before, one of my goals for this year is to just draw using my left hand. Not quite as miserable as you might think it sounds. I've been at this for a few years now, learning how to use it. It's just this year I've decided to try to master using my left hand for drawing, and so I set a rule that severely limits when and where I can use my right hand for drawing this year. Gosh, those eyes don't match at all. Eyes are by far one of the hardest things for me. Doing or drawing with my left hand, trying to keep them to feeling the same is really difficult. Like Kirby. How'd your FGO stream go today? If Jancy Chio's still here. He may not be anymore. Welcome back. I was asking how your FGO stream went. Let's see. Went good. Had a good turnout and finished all the grill front missions. Nice. Yeah, I have not had time to touch grill front. We've got my team at work, we're undermanned, and so it's kind of like just trying to keep up with everything is a bit of a challenge at the moment. But hey, don't have to worry about running out of things to do. Okay. So I'm trying really hard to get a certain level of dynamism in this image, trying to make the pose not feel so stagnant, because I've been struggling with that. Thank you. That's good to know. There's like almost like a armor that I wear under my jacket in the game. I'm not entirely sure how to draw that at the moment, because I will say, I will probably read the Harry Potter books once I finish the game and at least put them on my list. I got some Warhammer stuff I need to finish reading first. You think you'll ever finish the books up, Chansey Chio? Yeah, I've got a pretty nice reading list at the moment. I just got to finish it up. Currently, I'm reading Moby Dick. It's one that I've wanted to read forever, and so I'm juggling that and the Warhammer 40k Eisenhorn Omnibus. You would not actually be able to see that finger there. Might be able to see it kind of tucking out like that. That thumb is too big. Hope to one day. I'm missing the last two. Sounds like you've got a good reading list as well. What was the reason for wanting to read classics like Homer? Let's see if I am holding this. Actually, you know what? That might actually kind of work the way that I had it. I just need to adjust the angle. That's as good a reason as any to want to read. This thumb is a problem. It's not in the right spot, so it's making the whole hand feel off. That feels a bit better. His wand is not actually that big tipped, and so I'm trying to figure out how to do this and keep the intensity of it without belying the overall size of the wand. Still don't like that. Hands can be tricky. I'm holding a pen like a wand to try and figure out how I want to draw it. I'm torn between the dynamicness of kind of the pose the hand's already using and how I actually might hold it. This is the thumb, instead of having it down here. That feels better. And then to control the width of the wand, the thumb should be resting right on top of it. So if I want the wand kind of coming out at this angle, this is going to be sitting something like that. I don't think we'll keep the whole, like draw out the whole wand, but I at least kind of want it indicative of what it actually kind of looks like in the game. Okay, let's get some. Just ink a few heavy shadows right in here-ish. Because this spell would be really bright, creating a lot of shadow. Round that form just a little. Okay. Let's zoom back out. I kind of like how that's coming along. The wand still looks absolutely massive. His hand looks really big out front like that, but let's leave it for now to see what we can do with it. I like big energy blasts. Big sparks and lots of energy. It just makes it more dynamic, kind of more exciting to see that much energy moving around. So I try to capture that when and where I can. Okay. How's the hand looking? Does it look like it's just a giant hand attached to a body, or is the foreshortening working? This finger feels a little off still, but I'll fix that. Fix that a little later. I want to try to get the rest of this figure in before the evening's up. Gonna need to take another break here in just a moment. The shirt he's wearing in the game almost has like straps in the front of it that feel like they're kind of laced. Yeah, something feels off with the hand. Like this, the middle finger is too wide and the ring finger feels too far over or something. I think after my break, I'm going to come back and try to fix that. Because it's bothering me. Okay, I will be back in just a little bit. Okay. I'll return in just a bit. Okay, I am back. Thanks to everyone who waited for me to return. Let's see. A little bit of Linkin Park. That ought to be nice. Okay, I have some ideas on how to fix the hand. Let's just cut the bad one out since we know that there's problems wrong with it. Okay. I think, and it's kind of a beginner issue that I still find myself getting stuck with constantly. It's let me erase this and then I'll explain it. It's his tendency to want to draw the fingers like this. In any position, even though that's not really how it works. The fingers have a tendency to overlap. So, see part of that one, part of that one, part of that one. And even if they're sitting like perfectly straight, you're still going to have some of that. Like, look, my pinky, even when my hand sits straight, is at an angle behind that finger, if you can see it. And so, I think that's why it looks funny. So I'm going to zoom back in and move that back over here. Okay. So we'll see that finger kind of overlaying that one. This one will overlay on top of this one. And we will mostly see the side of this one, because this finger is kind of extended. I wonder if I can fit into this little bit right there. For the most part, that feels better. Then that thumb still feels absolutely massive, so I know what I'm trying to do, but it's not working the way it is, and so I need to scale it down. think we'll go with it like that. Actually, let's just redraw that part too. We've gone through the trouble of redrawing the other fingers. Let's just redraw everything we need to. We don't want to go halfway. You still there, Chansey Chio? This up this way. I think that feels better personally. welcome back. How's the hand looking? I think that'll work for now. Yeah, I am still trying to figure that out. Okay, I need to look up a photo reference for that. Or just, I don't want to turn the game back on just to take a picture. Let's see. Oops. Ooh, what did I hit? Nice. Flipping. Okay. My scarf is too high. Oh, perfect. Thank you. Chansey Chio had a screenshot of my character that I had taken before and forgot about, and was kind enough to send it to me. Perfect. It's got the right jacket and everything. That is not the brush tool, or the pen tool. Gosh darn it. There. Accidentally merged my layer with the one below it. Okay, now that we have done something about that, this is why photo reference is so important. The scarf is not the one I'm currently wearing, but you know what? It's in the picture, so we're going to use it. Feels like something Professor Garlic would have given to the player at some point. Move out of the way, headphone cable. Did I roll on it again? The company that made these headphones thought it'd be absurd, or it'd be a great idea to put absurdly long cable on it. This thing's like a... How long is this thing? It's knotted as well. It's got to be at least like a... that's what I was thinking. It's got to be about a 10-foot cable. It gets in the way. Actually, you know what? They're not that little. Okay. Okay, this is coming along. Okay. About that angle. Okay. Clean this up in here. I've seen other people using this jacket on videos as well. It's just, in my opinion, one of the nicest looking ones in the game. It's kind of a hunter jacket that looks like it's kind of got antlers on it on the back. I know it's supposed to be like antlers, but I like to pretend it's a Yggdrasil. I think I pronounced that right. From Norse mythology. Hi. Thank you very much. To Dave Marston, thanks for joining us. Glad you like how it's coming along. I played the game for a little while, and then I thought it'd be fun to draw the character that I'm playing as. Welcome, Alpha Solar. Let's see. Thank you. You know, a lot of people who do drawing streams, they just do a drawing stream. And so I thought it might be fun to start by, it's called play and draw. So start by playing the game and then switching to drawing so people can first get a little bit of a connection with the character, and then I'll draw it. Thank you. I try really hard to pay attention to my line weights. Let's see. I'm working off a screenshot of the character. Yeah, I played as the character for like an hour and a little over an hour before I started drawing. You know, the tricky thing with line work, I find, is finding someone who can explain it in a way that makes sense. And then once you find someone who just can give you the explanation you need, then it really helps. I like the game. I've really been enjoying it. I think they could have done a little bit more work on some of the dialogue, because like you'll be traveling around and your character will say the same thing when he enters an area, and then he'll say the same thing when he enters another area, and there's like a small handful of things he can say. Yeah, finding someone who can explain line weight, it makes a big difference. But yeah, one of my favorite things about the game so far is Crucio is one of my main spells, and so it's fun hearing the Dark Wizards be like, "Oh, a student who isn't afraid of the dark arts. Interesting." Okay, let's work on this body armor or whatever it is. So I like to loosely sketch stuff in, and then I just kind of go partly erase it and draw it back in. The person who explained line weight to me explained it as a way to control depth. Like bigger lines are closer to you and thinner lines are further. So like this right here, I want to beef this up to make it look like it's a little closer to the camera than the rest of the jacket. So now it kind of feels like it's poking forward. That's kind of the way that I treat it. All right. There's a line that goes straight down the middle, but I've got it going. It's probably more like this. Alpha Solar, what kind of stuff do you draw? And then, Dave, have you had a chance to try the game yet? My first tip would be to figure out what you're interested in and start there. When I started getting into art, people started, how do I say this? Drawing basics are great, but it's so easy to get overwhelmed by them, especially when you're not sure what you want to draw or what you like to draw. So my tip would be figure out what you want to draw first, and then that way, as you're learning drawing basics, you can learn them in context of what you're interested in. What kind of stuff would you be interested in? Do you know already? For me, people is the thing that Overwatch character designs. So I'll break that a step simpler. And let's say people are your focus. Not to say that you don't want to draw Overwatch characters, but it's like just pretty much all of them are humanoids. So first we figure that out. I would start trying to find... The key to drawing people is not anatomy. The key to drawing people is understanding the basic shapes that are used to define a person. One Punch Man is a great example of just someone who just dove in. But a lot of details, the key to making details work is just making sure the basic shape, like the proportions of a person, look right. Because details will make... If something's out of place, details make them feel really out of place. And if something's in the right place, even minimal details will feel very detailed, simply because something's in the right place. It's kind of a weird trick of the eye, but it really does work. Let's see. If you want, I can take a couple minutes and show you how I throw a person together. And then you can kind of have that as something to think about as you move towards learning how to draw characters and designs, including the Overwatch ones. And the fun thing about Saitama is like his design can be as simple or as complex as you want it to be. It's all a matter of how much detail you feel like adding to it. To the muscles, for example. So like Saitama, even though his costume is really simple, he can feel super detailed if it's a scene where you're like focusing on drawing rippling muscles and things like that. So okay, so I won't do that tonight, but I actually do hope to do more of that on my channel in the near future, where I want to show people how I construct stuff. I love to draw, so I like helping other people discover more about drawing as well. Yeah, in the original comic, Saitama is even simpler than what most people are familiar with. A lot of people don't realize, but the popular version of One Punch Man is actually a redrawing of the original comic. And the guy who originally drew it, I mean, his art was very simplistic, let's put it that way. I don't want to call him a bad artist, because even if his art wasn't super detailed, that guy has a lot of style in the way that he draws, even if his art is simplistic. The original artist's name is... No, Yusuke Murata did the redrawings. The original artist and author of One Punch Man is named... He simply goes by One. And his artwork is very different than Yusuke Murata's. Yep. I like what I have seen of One's. He's got a lot of intensity in his work that is really hard to replicate even by a lot of professionals. He knows how to construct a scene, and in my opinion, constructing a scene is the most important part of storytelling. I am definitely not caught up with the manga. I've been really busy with work. I know that's kind of the generic excuse, but it's not untrue. But I want to catch up at some point. At the moment when I do have some time for reading, I'm reading Moby Dick, the classic version. It's the only one that I know of, is that version. Yeah, the webcomic, the original webcomic. It's actually, every time I go back and look at his art, it's fun to see how much he's improved. Okay, that's starting to feel more like that body piece. I feel like this should wrap just a little higher over here. Oh, I want to. I just need an opportunity to do so. My big struggle is at work. So I'm a software engineer as my day job, and my team is understaffed at the moment. And so we've got 2 people, like almost 2.5, one person. My manager spends a lot of time in meetings, and then he's trying to help out with tasks and stuff as well. Just doesn't leave much time for other things. I heard he wrote another manga. I really want to check that out. I keep trying to turn the Wacom tablet in my hand like a clipboard. And so I'll go to make a line and then the line's at a funky angle and I'm like, oh, can't turn it that way. Okay. This would probably go about right there. I think before I draw this armor next time, what I'm going to do is take a screenshot after I've taken off a robe so that I can actually see the armor all the way around. Zoom out here in a second and see how the whole image is coming along. Okay. That's coming along pretty good, I think. Okay, let's focus on here a little bit more. I've been really big into Warhammer stuff lately. I didn't finish it because I was excited when Hogwarts Legacy came out, but I was playing Dawn of War, Warhammer 40k Dawn of War. It's a RTS game, but I was really enjoying it. I'll probably get back to that as soon as I finish the campaign or the main. I'm so used to talking about campaigns and games that have both modes. When I finish Hogwarts Legacy, I'm going to get back to Dawn of War. What else have I played recently? I feel like there was something else I played. Chancy Chew, have I talked about any other games of late? I do play some Fate Grand Order, but that's more of an off and on thing. I don't really consider that a constant. Warhammer. I avoided getting into it for a long time. Diablo 2. I started playing Diablo 2 Resurrected. I'm not very far into it, but that's the other thing that I'm trying to play at the moment. I get distracted by my non-game projects a lot. And that's a big kind of, should I call it an issue or problem with finishing games. I've been rediscovering my love for tabletop role-playing recently. Trying to explore systems that'll let me do solo playing. Or like DM-less systems. Did not mean to do that. Okay. What is going on with this midsection? It's kind of an interesting shape. It does not at all have this bit that I drew originally. Fixing that. It has this almost like, I'm not sure what the cloth's made out of. It almost has the same look to whatever most of Darth Vader's suit's made out of. Running down the middle right here. Then this one kind of something like that. Okay. Put some, I guess, ribs on this because it's kind of what he's got going on the shirt in this section. Now to work on the pants a little bit more, and then I'll figure out what I want to do about the rest of the jacket. Okay, very simple design for the pants. That's always a plus. Pants are kind of where I struggle. This seam that runs down the middle specifically has always been a challenge for me. I think I'll start working on adding some simple shadows here in a bit. This boot over here I'm going to leave kind of undrawn. There's an ability in the game where you can dash, and it's almost like a magical dash, and it has almost like a smoky effect to it. And so I'm hoping to almost kind of try to replicate that effect a little with this leg. And then this one will be the one that's like starting to pull back to normal as the effects of the spell wear off. There's a thin layer on the bottom of the boot. Probably something like that. Okay. Time to think through this jacket a little bit more. I'll make a new layer. Keep going on that. Layer. The jacket's got a really fat bottom or tail, or I'm not sure the technical names of the parts of a jacket. It's I don't know why I do it, but whenever I work digitally, I try not to rotate the canvas. I think it's just like a personal challenge I did for myself. Oh, it's because I'm trying to develop the muscles for drawing at any angle, and I feel like if I rotate my paper too much, I just get used to making the same marks over and over. So I'm trying to train my hand for drawing from any angle that I need it to. And then he's got a big ol' pocket kind of right here. That part doesn't, but this does. Okay. This part of the jacket's got an extra little detailed section on it. Right about. That line is ugly. That line is in the wrong place. Okay, that's a little better. Not really going to see much of this, but I will put in some of it all the same. Okay. He's got a belt on the jacket about right here. Kind of just have the jacket pulling back about right in there. I don't think we're going to actually be able to see too much of that jacket, but the way this is whipping around, we should be able to see kind of something like that from the other side. Okay, I think I'm going to start filling in some areas with a little bit of tone. So let's turn off this bottom layer. Make a new layer underneath. I'm going to use... How does this watercolor one work? That'll work. I had to reinstall Windows recently on this computer, and so I lost all my customized brushes that I had in Psy. So tonight I'm just using all the default ones. I think I just have to take an eraser and trim that on the edge. I know I could use things like the fill tool and stuff, but so for anyone who hasn't heard before, the reason I using my left hand is I injured my right hand, and so I'm trying to train my left hand to be a full replacement for drawing for my right hand, and so I avoid taking just about every shortcut that I can, specifically so that I have to do the extra work for the drawing with my left hand, so that it gets the extra work in. Oh, the normal brush tool works a little better for what I'm trying to do at the moment. Okay, good. Add some of this under the scarf over here. It's very, very gentle right there. I think I might want the watercolor one for this. I would say line art is harder, personally. The reason for that is so line art is actually not about lines at all. It's about the shapes the lines are using to communicate. So for example, like these leaves on the scarf, these are fairly abstract looking leaves, but they look like a leaf because the shape is in a convincing place. The lines create a convincing shape. I could have just as easily screwed that up, and the thing is, when your shapes are bad, your lines are bad, and if your lines and your shapes are bad, the coloring is going to look bad too. Even if it's like a really good coloring job, it's going to look bad because the whole image is off. And so I find line work and making shapes to be a lot more challenging, because it's the key to making the rest of the image look good. Generally, what people refer to as style, they don't necessarily realize what they're saying is, this is how I have chosen to interpret shapes using lines. But that's really what style is. It's personal preference for how you're communicating shapes. But you get good at defining shapes comfortably the way you want, in a way that's believable. And when you go to put colors on, it'll be a lot easier to get a grasp for those colors and how you want to use them. Hope that makes sense. Sorry if that was a little bit of a long-winded answer. Lately, I've been coloring after I get all my black and white stuff figured out, all my values. Okay. It's probably a little too dark because I'm losing some of the detail underneath, or the texture underneath, or losing some of the lines that are underneath. Because when the lines are clustered together like that, they're already communicating a certain level of darkness. And Control S, because we don't want to lose anything that we don't have to. I've never had this program crash, but you never know. This is a nice smeary brush. Where's my eraser? There's too much. Let's start cutting some of that out. This neck area is going to be really dark. This scarf is going to be creating a lot of shadow. Cutting it in the face like that because he's technically got the other side of his shirt. Even though I didn't draw it, it's going to take up a space about right there. Everything on this side should be fairly dark. So it's turning away from the spell. The game's definitely got a lot of flashiness to it. They definitely went out of their way to make sure even the smallest spells have a certain level of dramaticness to them when you cast them. There's even a character in the game who's talking about how much she likes to use a wand because it makes spellcasting flashy, or a little bit more dramatic, adds a dramatic flair to it. I thought it was funny when I heard her talking about it. Trying to be careful what details I provide about the game for anyone who hasn't played it yet, because I don't want to provide a ton of spoilers since it hasn't been out that long. I feel like saying, hell, I like to use Crucio is probably not much of a spoiler because it's a pretty standard Harry Potter spell that, you know, it wouldn't make sense for them to not put it in the game. My favorite game of all time is Final Fantasy XI, the first online one. I got sucked into that one really good for a long time, and just I had a lot of fun with the story and a lot of good memories with other people. But over the last few years, I've just been playing it solo because I don't have time for playing with other people the same way that I used to. But that's fine. My kids love to watch me play games. I went from playing with people over the internet to having kids who now watch me. I'll be like, Dad, go kill this. Dad, can you kill that? But Final Fantasy XI is by far my all-time favorite game. What would my favorite offline game be? Yeah, that one holds a special place in my heart. I think one of the things I really liked about it is you weren't a chosen one or anything like that. You were just some guy in the world trying to make a difference, and you had to band together with other people wanting to make a difference. Like, WoW is awesome, but they make you feel a lot more. I mean, WoW is very band together as well, but I always felt a little bit more chosen one-y, for lack of a better description. 14, Final Fantasy 14 completely took the whole chosen one thing and completely ran with it. Seven is an acquired taste. I took to it right away. It was actually like the first Final Fantasy I really played, but it's definitely not for everyone. I love sci-fi, and I love futuristic themes and like urban fantasy, and so that one just clicked really well for me. If you're more into like traditional fantasy, I'd give 9 a try, because 9 is more of a traditional fantasy world, as opposed to like the kind of urban fantasy, almost sci-fi-ish of 7. And if you prefer sci-fi, 8 is like, it really pushes that sci-fi boundary even further. It's like less fantasy and more sci-fi. But then 9 goes back to a traditional fantasy story. Or if you just want something with a non-turn-based combat system, I'd try one of the newer ones. Okay, let's see. I know that this spell is going to kind of have a circle-like, almost that. As far as light goes. One thing I'm super eager to get back with drawing digitally is my accuracy. I feel like I can't get an accurate line or shape for anything. I end up redrawing the same thing, what feels like over and over and over again. But I'd rather be able to draw that way than not at all. Another thing I ask people, do you prefer competitive games? Like, I used to try to get into the competitive games more, and I enjoyed them enough. I just never felt like I had time for them. Let's see, my camera looks like it's locked up. Okay, there we go. Yeah, and so I struggled with them, and the thing that I do struggle a bit with competitive games is they just feel very repetitive to me. I know for some people, like, every match is different and every match can be exciting, but after like my 10th game of League of Legends, for example, it's like, it's the same map with the same objectives, and I struggle with that. And so I really like story-based games. I'm very much a story person, and so story is what drives my desire to play and what holds my attention. And yeah, so I'm definitely more of a story-focused gamer. Though I do love all the additional content, for example, that Riot's put out for League of Legends, like the music and the short stories. And I haven't tried any of their story-based games yet, but I've heard they're pretty decent, and so I'm looking forward to trying those. What about you? What kind of games do you prefer to play? Oh, was it Arcane or something? Like, I haven't seen it yet. I've heard it was really good. I just haven't seen it. I feel like the most competitive game I ever tried to play was chess. And then it was like, that was fun enough, and I tried to take, if I like this, I'll probably like competitive video games as well. It's like, it feels totally different. I know that the basic idea is still kind of the same. It's still strategic gameplay and stuff. It felt different. Those sound, as far as I know, those are both good story-based games as well. This brush is interesting. You know, there is nothing wrong with the GBA era. It was a beautiful era. Kind of the whole, like, from the Nintendo up to the Super Nintendo was just, in a lot of ways, peak gaming. And then, I mean, the PlayStation brought some awesome advancements, and so did the 64. But, one of my favorite things to do is still go back and play Sonic 3 and Knuckles when I need to pick me up. That is one of my favorite games. It's definitely my favorite game from that era. It really was. It was such a wonderful time. Games have really changed a lot. There's so much more emphasis on like graphics and voice acting and things like that. But one of the things I thought was so special and so wonderful about the let's call it the Sprite era. I know they still do Sprite games, but like everything was Sprite based back then, was how much emphasis there was on using your imagination. Now it's like everyone wants everything spelled out for them. They want the voices made for them. And I know they want more of like a cinematic experience, but for me, gaming was always more kind of like reading a novel. I liked to use my imagination more to give the characters life, and it's just different now when like all the characters are given life for you. I went from feeling like I was part of the gaming process to now I just consume games. Sorry, I thought I heard a dog barking. I was trying to make sure that it wasn't coming from my yard. I have chickens. They're in a pen, but we had chickens get in once, or a dog get in once and kill all their chickens. And so I try, if I hear a dog barking, I'm like, pull this off just to make sure it's at a distance and it's not going to be in my backyard. One of my favorite, it does feel more like a business now. It feels like everything is meant to be a movie now. Back then it's like games were like Final Fantasy VI. I love Final Fantasy VI. It is a wonderful example of like a game that plays and feels like experiencing a novel, in my opinion, just like a wonderful epic novel. Growing up, one of my favorite games was, it did used to be about the experience. Growing up, one of my favorite games used to be Mega Man 4. And I used to have my own way for how I imagined Mega Man. And then I saw the anime and that kind of changed that a little bit. But I loved just like taking the simple sprite designs of the characters and then how do I want these characters to look like? That was one of my favorite things to do. Or like just as I play, just kind of introspectively watch as the characters took shape inside my head. So I actually my kids were like, "Dad, can we get a PlayStation?" Or, "Dad, can we get an Xbox?" And it's like, no, I'm going to start you guys off with these. And I got them some retro handhelds that only have games on them up through the GBA era. It's like, and then once you have an appreciation for the games on here, then we can move you guys up to an Xbox or a PlayStation or something. I mean, I've got a Switch and I've got a PS4, but I do most of my gaming these days still on either my gaming desktop or I've got like a little retro handheld of my own over here, or my 3DS. And well, I do game a fair bit on my Switch, but I feel like I appreciate the games we have more today because of the games I played first. My kids have loved playing the older games. They're starting to find their own favorites and ones that they really like. My 7-year-old beat Kirby Nightmare in Dreamland. Is it Nightmare in Dreamland? It's the GBA remake of the original NES one, and he beat it all by himself, and he was so proud. And I was like, and now you'll have that memory instead of just the newer ones. Another thing that was like really awesome with older games is the music. These days, the music just feels like a soundtrack to a game. I mean, I know there are always soundtracks, but back then, the music felt a lot more like it was part of the experience. I feel like I could go on about this for a long time. Alright, I need a bigger brush. I'm hitting too much area at once. Thanks, yeah. They've loved their little retro devices. I haven't heard them complain, maybe except once about it, and that was when they first got them because they didn't understand how to play any of them. But you know, that was the same complaints we had back when most of us were little, myself included, and we started trying to play games for the first time, and it's like, I don't know how to play this thing. But once I start getting a feel for it, it's like complaints disappear, and the only complaints I hear is like, hey Dad, can you tell me where to go in this game? For the ones who can read, I'm going to introduce them to Game Facts soon. And I haven't thought about Game Facts in a while, and then I came across it the other day. I was like, oh yeah, that does exist. I should show that to my boys, and they can use that as a reference for playing their games, because that's exactly the kind of games that'll work best with it. Was I playing? I was playing something the other day, and I was doing a Google search for how do I do this in this game, and it's like it was on the GameFAQs forum where the result came up, and it was for some really old post from like 15 years ago. I don't even remember what game it was, but it was a Super Nintendo game. And but yeah, after that I was like, oh, I should remember this. Alright, zoom out, see how this is coming along. That's looking pretty decent. I don't think I'm going to be able to finish shading this thing tonight. I'm getting tired. I've been at this for a little while. But I'm going to see how far I can get all the same. You know what else I've been doing to kind of help? My kids want to try out some of the younger games. I've been looking up some of the older shows and stuff on YouTube. They've been watching Metabots, and things like Ronin Warriors, though there wasn't much of a game for that one. If there was, I don't think it ever came to the States. They've been watching, was it G.I. Joe, and just trying to get them to taste some of the older things from my childhood. It's unfortunately true. Kids tend to not want to go back and look at older stuff if they start with newer stuff. It's fun though, because I don't know what kids generally watch these days anyway. I don't really watch TV much, and we don't have Netflix, and we pretty much just watch anything we're going to if we can find it on YouTube. But there's a lot of things on YouTube, like old anime and cartoon shows and things like that. So we've had no shortage of things to watch, but the boys will be like, I'm watching this right now, to their friends, and they come over and their friends are always like, what on earth are you talking about? What is this show even anyways? They're just kind of like, it's really cool, you're missing out. And I'm always just kind of like, well, they're not wrong. It is really cool, even still. I think a lot of those shows hold up really well story-wise. Recently they started watching the BattleTech animated series. Now they're all into giant robots, and they're wanting me to show them like Mobile Suit Gundam in the near future. And my oldest, who is 8, just discovered that there's a Mobile Suit Gundam manga, and he wants me to start buying volumes of that so he can read it. He discovered reading and has just been consuming books. It's been awesome to watch. Exo Squad, I completely forgot about that one. Thank you for the recommendation. I'll see if it's on YouTube. If you think of any more, let me know. I will definitely check them out. Oh, you know what other game I played recently? Pokemon Violet. I had a lot of fun with that one. I put on a helmet and wore the shorts and had like some black tights and black gloves on and one for my character, and I ran around calling myself they were just like the plain black gloves, and they almost look like surgical gloves. And so like, I'm gonna call myself Kamen Rider Doctor. For anyone who doesn't know what a Kamen Rider is, it's like a Japanese superhero, and specific kind. And so I ran around like, this looks like a job for a Kamen Rider Doctor, defeating all the gym leaders or stopping the bad guys. And there weren't really bad guys, but defeating team, was it Star? But that was a lot of fun, just trying to, what's the craziest way I can play this game, and going at it like that. Don't normally do that, but I don't know, I just needed to do something a little different that time. The shading on this is finally starting to come together. I try to focus on the big shapes for shading first, and then I go in and start adding in all the little shadows and little light sources. Or I guess little spots where the light source would be hitting. A little darker for this spot. Mummy's Alive is another good one. I'm still kind of amazed by the clothing options they give a character in Pokemon Violet. I didn't expect them to be like... Well, let me rephrase. The accessory options. I was surprised at the lack of clothing options, and I was surprised at the amount of accessory options. You went from being able to wear just about, well, I shouldn't say anything, but a much more open amount of clothing options in previous games to what felt like very minimal options, and instead you've got like cell phone cases and things like that now, and it's just, there's a little bit of an adjustment. I miss the simplicity of the older Pokemon games sometimes, but it is fun to see how the franchise grows. This is bothering me. I'm just not sure how I want to shade this bit. This might be an example of a line not in the right place, and so the shape is off and just isn't communicating properly. All right, I think I'm gonna have to wrap this up here in the next couple minutes, just trying to go to the turn of the hour. Chansey Chio. I pulled Karen today in Fate Grand Order. Or Amor, as she's being called this time around. Okay, I want to add just a little bit of shading to this spell blast, just a bit. Spell blasts can be kind of hard because they tend to be so bright that I try to add just a little bit of darkness to the outside of it so that it looks brighter when I start adding the bright colors on the inside. So I saw that, and I didn't know what to think of the fact that they're the only servants getting bonuses. I have both of them, but I have absolutely no desire to level Engraminu because it just feels like a waste of resources. But it's nice to have another ruler servant added to my collection. Well, maybe I'll use yours via support, if he's even an option for that. Does he get even enough of a bonus to make using him worthwhile? I feel like I'm more inclined to just keep using like one of my Ishtars. That I did know. I do know where they're from. I've always... how old was I? I became aware of Karen Hortensia a long time ago, way before I even saw Fate. Came across her design one time and was like, this is an interesting looking character. All right. I think this is going to be my stopping point for tonight. Thank you to everyone who was able to hang out tonight. It was fun to meet some new people. Thanks to Dave for hanging out for a bit, and Alpha Solar and anyone else that joined for a bit. Thanks to Chansey Chio for hanging out, and really look forward to working on this some more in the future. I'm hesitant to say so because I never know how things are going to go, but I want to start doing a weekly Monday stream in the evening starting about 7:30, 8 o'clock Central Time. And so that's what I'm hoping for, is to start having a weekly stream. So if all goes well, I will see anyone who wants to join me again next week. And everyone have a good evening.